Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 26th of November 2025 and we're going to be doing some analytics today. We're at Wyong. Now this track is in New South Wales, Australia. It is again one of the tracks which doesn't come under the top 20 tracks in Australia. The ground rating today is good, and the last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 275 meters. We played here probably last year sometime, and today we are going to be playing here again, doing the analytics. Last year we played, but this time we are going to do the analytics, and we will see what we can come up with. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or the gates, when we get the live stream from the gates or the paddock. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick with our numbers and wait for the results to validate. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight the situation. So we'll take a look at the first one here today at Wyong and see the odds. Three, 8, 5, 4. So there are a few changes that I've made. I'll talk about them during the races today, but this is the first one. We'll see how this works. But the odds are 8 and 3. I think the 8 is not the favorite because it is coming from gate number 7, which is a little wide, and the 3 is with one of the best jocks here today, and with a lot of advantage. It is anyway the EW, so that's that part of the story. Now this is a 1600 meter. Whether the 3 is actually going to run is a question that we don't have answer for. The 5 had 9 races. It did not do anything in 9 races. What it is going to do today is a very critical question. This one had 2 races, but 8 and 3 probably are the numbers that we might have to look for. Very bad management on 4, 6. Those are absolutely disastrous. We'll see how that works. I like the 8. I like the 3. Both of them are looking good. We'll see. We have added certain stuff here and here because we had to match the balance, and we'll see how that works. And we'll get a little more confidence after the first and the second races. We need to get here, and we'll see how that works. 8 and 3 looks good. 8 and 3. Wyong is in about 10 minutes.
Number 5 went up at $4, like $3.80 out to $4.80, back into $4.40, and well, we're there. Grunge is the outsider, 51 into $41. Let's look at all 5 of them in the pipe opener.
Lee.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Celebrity.
Welcome back, Lee.
5 out to $2.70. Courting Emily is $4.60.
4 is in a bad state.
Former Victorian, having a second New South Wales run from Matt Smith, just behind the
Whether 3 will win, we'll see. That's the EW anyway. 8 is on top.
We'll see a few go around out of that race in the next few days. So, look, draws the inside, can potentially settle a little bit closer, and just start $1.55 at stall going back in January when well beaten there into 5th, beaten 3 lengths. So, looks a horse with some talent and maybe comes through a stronger race than a few of these.
Your top pick, Bohemian Arts, went up at $3.50 with the bag, but just into $3.40. Drops 3 kilos with the claim and stays at the mile today.
She does, yeah. She just gets in nice and light. I'm not sure what they'll do from the barrier. They might have to cop their medicine and just go back in the small field. But look, there's only 5 runners there, so she shouldn't be too far off. Look, I don't think there's a lot between a few of these. It's not an overly strong race to kick off the program, the 4-year-old and up maiden, and that's, I think, why you've got the unraced horse at the top of the market. I think the market's just saying, well, bit of a fresh horse on the scene, and the trials have been okay without raving about. Well, that might be good enough to get away with this today.
A 4-year-old by Shocking on debut. It's the sole debutant in good hands for Bjorn Baker, Tommy Berry.
Yeah, he's obviously in a good stable. The stable's had a great run in recent years, particularly the last 12 months. And look, you look at a decent type there on screen, and being by Shocking out of a sufficient mare, you'd think mile on debut's going to be not much of an issue for him. And like I said, he wouldn't have to be a star to be beating these today.
Starting on a good 4, possible shower or storm as we touched on. Nice and warm, 36 degrees, rail out 3.
Yeah, when the rail goes out 3, they're always a little bit wary. Can pay a little bit up and in. It's obviously only the short straight there at Wyong, but look, it's been a bit fairer in that 3-metre position the last 12 months or so, so we'll monitor that throughout the program.
And let's say Wednesday hi to Luke Marlowe. Either by Shocking. And it commands the attention of the market here. Afternoon to our listeners on the National Racing Service and viewers on Sky Racing 1. I welcome you to Wyong, where we've got a storm front moving through from inland. It's not here yet, so we're going to beat it here for race 1, but we might get a little bit of rain between races. Now the last one about to come forward, we've got 7 on the program here at Wyong today, 3-metre rail and a good 4-track. Bohemian Art about to move forward and complete the line. Joining Grunge, Currahee, Courting Emily, and the favourite Celebrity in the gates for Rachel King. No Tommy Berry today, not riding. Rachel picks up the ride here on Celebrity in the first. Field ready at the mile. Set. He's just sitting back on the gates a bit, Celebrity, but they're off and he jumped well. Currahee didn't miss the start by 5 lengths. As they hit the ground, Bohemian Art ridden positively, goes up with Grunge. Celebrity will just drop in behind. 4 lengths in the field, Courting Emily, and another 2 lengths further back to Currahee, which is last. They go into the back section of the course up towards the 13.50 and Grunge shows the way. 1.5 lengths in front of Bohemian Art, travelling strongly. Llewellyn sitting hard against it. Celebrity's a length away third. He just gets the soft run down past the 1,100 metres. And the trailing pair have been able to tack on. The inside Courting Emily and Currahee slides up on the outside. Loose leader though is Grunge down the back straight. It's 2 lengths in front of Bohemian Art. Back behind those Celebrities, got plenty of room. Racing Solo in 3rd place, Currahee 4th. It's on the outside of Courting Emily. They negotiate the 650 metre turn now and start to run down the side. Grunge led. Bohemian Art gets closer within a half now. Celebrity just behind. He's just dropped the bit here and King State starting to work on him a shade. He's picking up again. Courting Emily saves ground and Currahee the outside up before the home turn. Grunge led from Bohemian Art. Sneaking runs Courting Emily the inside, saving all the ground, and Celebrity is full bore made widest. 275 to run. Grunge, Bohemian Art, Courting Emily. Celebrity the outside. Leader still bobbing Grunge. Now Celebrity's winding up with Bohemian Art. 50 to go. Grunge in front. Celebrity's closing. He's going to get up. Celebrity over the top. Best work was laid and run down Grunge to win it by half. As for third, tight there between the inside Courting Emily and the outside Bohemian Art and Currahee. He was last for the 1,625 metres. Celebrity pickup bound for Rachel King, combining with Bjorn Baker, sole debutante. So 4-year-old by Shocking, home at 280 and 160, Davo.
A little bit of winding up there, Marto. Was off the bit before the turn, but once he straightened up, he was really strong through the line. Looks a 2,000 metre plus horse in top.
3 beats 6. Photo for third. Between 4 and 8, I thought maybe that order, but it's close. Just recapping, your best bet comes up in race number 4, Davo, in the shape of I Am Carrot, currently $1.45.
3648, I think.
By betting in venue mode with a boost of $4 there. Mil Duran, race number 3, they're moving up. Kiyang Shadow Box is the favourite, $3.
So the 3 actually went through. Then came the 6. We'll go to the next. It's 1,000 meter. Again, maiden. Nine and 7 has been scratched. 1, 4, 8, and 2. So 8 looks difficult. 8 looks difficult to get in there. One again has no races, but in this case, I think 4 has a lot more advantage than 1. 8 looks difficult, but 8 also has one of the best jocks, which is there. And so we made some changes in the way we do things, but we'll talk about them once we have done this thing. The third race. These are maiden races, and it's very difficult. So what is this race? The first thing is that 8 looks very difficult to get in. That's a 29, that's a 29. There's a lot of advantage on 5 and 4. They're all the same thing. There's a pressure lineup on this particular horse. There's a negative leverage. So it looks very difficult for 8 to get in. Now about the others, they kind of have like this one. They've never had a run. So this one never ran. This one had a run. Oh. I think it's here. One, 4, 5 is what it should be. One, 4, 3, 4, 27, and then 27. If we take in that 27, what is the difference here? That's not really sure. I think that's more or less. So the difference between this one and 1, they horse wise they're identical, right? Horse wise they're identical. The only difference with 1 and 2 is the jock and the hand. So they are identical horses. The 1 and the 2, they are identical horses. Now, can that work? That can work, but I think the 4 is rightly there in between. 1, 4, 5, and then if it has to drop, it'll drop further. This thing looks difficult. I am not sure what they're going to do, but this is all assumption because none of them has any gate speed or anything. But it looks like through the through the system, it looks like this one, because of the jock, this one will go because of this is where the bends are. We are calculating that here as well. But yes, it should work like that. 1, 4, 5. Let's see how it works. 1, 4, 5. I think 8 looks difficult. 8 looks really difficult. Either that the 8 looks difficult, that's one way of looking at it, and the other thing that is that's a 29. How will it get there? We'll see how that works.
For the first time, and she has race fitness on all of her 6 rivals weekend market, Davo.
She does, Mano, and Gary Fortelli be keen to have a blow with Godolphin here and get this skill on the board. She had a long break. She's had sort of a few trials going back to March 24, at least in my form guide, and took her to November 25 to make her debut. And look, she won a trial by 8 lengths prior to that at Warwick Farm. It was one of those 1,200 metre trials, which I'm always a bit sceptical about. Sometimes they can produce big margins, and often they're full of horses looking for sort of 2,000 metres, and they can be a little bit inconsistent to follow. But look, her debut effort was a bit disappointing. She started $6.50 at Rose Hill and was well beaten, sitting up on speed, and it was a sprint home. They sit home in 33.4, so on face value, very disappointing, but market expecting her to bounce back today.
Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. De Fronte, last 15 minutes, 205 to 215, back into 205. Weekend market went up short of the tab, 3 to 310. I note some support at longer odds. Denise's Gal, another of the first starters, number 5, the Connors Yard for Molly Fitzgerald, 31 into 21. Filly by a Stern, placed 2 of 3 recent trials at Warwick Farm.
Yeah, finished second to Jaegers in one of those trials. That form ties into weekend market, who was well beaten by Jaegers there on debut at Rose Hill. So, trial form, race form, all a bit different, sure, but there's some link there at least. Was 6 weeks between runs in that latest Warwick Farm trial, and finished second behind Rush and Rain. There was nothing between them, basically on the line. And look, gets in well with a nice claim, good gate, and it's often an underrated stable as well.
Nibble for Mindbender resuming at start 3 as well, number 6, 26 into 21, but you're with De Fronte as a special. Centre back 160,000 by Street Boss. Mum Miasa won 3 of 10. It was Group 3 placed on debut.
Yeah, nice well-bred horse. Just getting a little bit warm there, but it is very warm outside today, so you can be forgiving of that. No surprise to see some support for Mindbender, who showed some ability in that first prep, and Joe Pride, his horses always come back that little bit better at prep 2 and prep 3.
Here's Luke for the second.
Last on debut, so look, I think it's a better horse than that, definitely, but it's still something to mention, isn't it? But he's certainly in the right race here. Weekend market trialled up nicely before over racing in its first start. Back to 1,000 here, looks suitable. Now I just saw one play up in the gates there. It was Harry the Thief wanting to rear up. His weekend market moved in, but the red light's on here, so let's see if they're going to release this field. De Fronte, your favourite. They're ready to jump. Racing. DeFronzo, a fair start. Weekend market away well. Denise's Gal digs up underneath. Tickletta pushes forward as well. Also in that bunch, Extreme Courage as they go through the first couple of 100 metres. DeFronzo's just outsped early stages, back fifth. In behind those then was Mind Bender and the last horse.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Inside the 500 metres, Tickletta wanted the lead. Goes to the front from Denise's Gal. Weekend market the outside. DeFronzo, he's never touched the bit here, back behind them fourth. He's railing up as they come to the home turn, and further back then was Extreme Courage. On the bend, Tickletta shows the way from Denise's Gal. Weekend market to the outside then. As they enter the straight was Extreme Courage and Widest Mind Bender. DeFronzo can't win. Tickletta 100 to go from Denise's Gal. Weekend market. Harry the Thief late. Harry the Thief might steal this. Harry the Thief has stolen it. Harry the Thief gets up and wins. He comes from nowhere. As for second, Extreme Courage and Tickletta. Denise's Gal, Weekend market. DeFronzo a shocker. He's running the last, a favourite.
Harry the Thief has burst through them late and won on debut by Harry Angel for Patriot Bloodstock at $18,000.
8 was the linear.
Just winning on debut at Wyong.
2, 3.
From the back, often do that at Wyong. You'll see they're scooting through the field, which is always a good thing for a debutant as well, to take those gaps.
2, 3, 8, 5.
Courage and Tickletta not far away. Favourites seem to never travel really at any stage, so we'll see if there's anything in the Shields report, but very disappointing on face value.
2, 3, 8 and 5 should be the numbers there to race number 2 of 7 races this afternoon from Wyong. Right, Mildura and race number 4 is...
So what happened is that 2 and 4, they were 2 and 1. They were identical horses, okay? They were very much identical horses. The only difference was this, that the one had a very good jock on this, which was there, and the 2 did not have that. So why that happened? Because both of them were the same horses. There was a jock, and so I'm going to put up a quiz. Let's see. But the condition is this, that if you cheat, then you cheat, then you know that you've cheated. You can't cheat. So we'll do that. And the 4, the 4 also did not run. Okay, so this is the class 1 today here. This is a race where some of the horses have some numbers. We'll see how that works. Three, 1, 2, 6. That 4 I think is there, but they're like that. I don't know how to judge them. But here is my take. The 3 is in a, again, it is like this. It is with a very good jock. Okay, it's with a very good jock. Like here the 8 was, it is with a very good jock, but the problem is that it is going to be difficult. It is going to be difficult for the 3, because if we look at the other contenders who are there, so there is a portfolio which is here, but if we look at the others, then this thing has the highest leverage. That's the highest leverage on this horse. So that's an expectation. That is an expectation that this horse is the highest leverage there. Okay, that's the highest. Whatever that number is, we've seen 50%, 60%. It is at 4.4%, but that's the highest leverage here at Wyong. That's a linear, which is a 899. But what is basically happening here is this, that three is difficult. 3 is difficult. 3 is difficult from probably all the angles. It's a good horse. So what are we dealing with? It's a class 1, which is a benchmark 55 approximately. So it comes from gate number 1, which is very good. It has a fantastic jock, which is also very good. It has the highest leverage, and it is running after 3 weeks. So there is no problem with 3. But the arrangement is such where that's the only horse with pressure line. The rest, everything is on advantage. That is the only horse. So the thing is, either it wins and it wins with a lot of margin. That's one way of looking at it. And the other way of looking at it is that when we have similar horses with a lot of low pressure which is coming through, then it will become very difficult. It will become very difficult. We'll see how that works. I think 3 is difficult to win. Chances are I mean, it's a difficult situation, but chances are 6, 8, 13, 6, 27. Chances are 2. This is 6-year. This is 7-year-old mare from gate number 6, gate number 7 and 5. Chances are 2. 2, 1. 2, 1. Then 3. It also happened here that they, when they are like same stuff, right? This was a 24. Here it fell to 16. So that's because of the leverage. Anyway, so I think 3 is difficult. Let's see. 2 is what I like. This is a little larger. This is also good, but out of these two horses, 2 has a lot of advantage. 2 has a lot of advantage. That's the linear, has a jock, has leverage. Everything that we look for is all there. Everything that we look for is all there in 3. But at the same time, it is in a kind of a situation where things are difficult. And that 4 is a check. That 4 probably is in the game. They are like that. There's no confidence on them what they're going to do, but looking at how things are, this is a 6-year-old, this is 31, 39, 36 is this one under pressure. That brings here on this 5-year-old mare, which is starting with a base is 0, but they are also like that. Their management is the worst. Their management is the worst. So they can't win, but if they I mean, how bad they can be if they simply ride also. I think there is a possibility it'll get into the top 3, and all provided that the 3 doesn't win. 3639 checks. That's the lowest SP on that. Everything is good on 3, but it looks difficult to win. That's the only horse with pressure line. Gatekeeper, welcome back. Like two is good. I mean, we still haven't seen pressure playing here. This was the only one which was there with pressure. That did not work. It just did not work. The one was with the best jock, probably. That also did not work. I mean, these two were the best jocks, okay? These two were the best jocks. So that did not work. What went is an advantage from this side. They were identical horses. These two were identical horses. But the one lost. And I'm going to put up that quiz. Why? Don't cheat. You can't cheat. This is the first time I put up a quiz, but the way it looks, I can't even see the chats. The way it looks is like, it hides the chats, and I don't know. Okay. Okay. Pounds, gatekeeper, I don't, that'll require calculations. What is in kgs? In kgs, kilograms. What should be the ballpark in kilograms? Close. Close. Yeah. Tuna, you're right. But why? It could be a little here and there. Can you tell me why? Why it is 55 kgs? You're right. Roughly it's there. Why 55? No. So the right calculation is this, that the weight of the jockey, and the saddle should be exactly the carrying weight of the horse. That means if the horse is carrying 58 kilograms, the saddle weight plus the jockey weight needs to be equal to 58 kilograms. Now, on an average, you're looking at 3.5 kgs to approximately 3.5 kgs for the saddle. So if you take out that 3.5 kilos of the saddle, you're left with 54.5. So 55 was close. It is 54.5 for a 58 kilograms. It has to match the exact weight that it is carrying. That is the calculation. That is the body weight of the horse. And what we are calculating here is what is the actual. So if there is a, like this one, the lowest ones here, they are below that. Now here, this is where this is the body weight compared to the horse. So 3, if you look at, that is a 56. Now if you look at who is riding 3, is Zach Lloyd, right? 3 is ridden by Zach Lloyd. He's one of the best. Now here it says that the deficit is about 91%. All right, here it says the deficit is about 91%, which means that there is a pressure on the horse, the body weight reduced, and the deficit from the body weight that the required and the one that they actually have is a deficit of 91%. All right. So now what should be the result here is that Zach Lloyd will have to push. It is totally on the jockey capabilities to bring this horse to a winning post. All right. Totally on Zach Lloyd. He doesn't have advantage. We will verify this. And how this thing is interacting here and here, so that we get a clarity. Though this may not be the right place to do this, but I did this with the Flemington races and the Randwick races in the past, and I matched it there, and then I included this thing here today. So we'll see how that works. All right. So we need to get things right. There are some mistakes here and there that we are doing. So that is something that we need to work on and get that thing fixed. So this is a little too much for Zach. So Zach needs to, what needs to happen here is Zach needs to really push. It is all about jockey capabilities. He doesn't have advantage on this horse. That's what it is. We will match this. We will see how it works.
But this isn't the deepest race we've seen, and gets an opportunity to get another one on the board today. And 2, Leomina Avenue, I thought the effort at Queanbeyan last time got a soft lead, but kicked home and won over 1200 there. So now it goes to 1350, and look, it's been competitive at these distances in the past. So
No, it's not worth it.
6 and 2. I just
You're
thought
right.
Last Druid could go close or could knock off the favourite here, and good to see that gap closing at the top of the market.
Similar tale with the bookies. Tab 140 to 160 Purple Rose, and Last Druid closing in 260 into $2.20. Just the one win was 516 days ago, but it was here on the home circuit of Wyong for Last Druid.
It's the concern, Marto. You're talking one from 17 and your favourite's one from 6, so it's clear that the favourite's got a bit more upside. And
So the higher the deficit is this, that you are dealing with a jockey who races more often.
As you said, that win has been at home, and also his next best run will potentially even better than that.
Someone is getting tailed. I don't know which one is getting tailed, but someone is getting tailed.
Certainly talented, walked in Newcastle first up this prep, so I think there's a bit of depth around those last couple, and they whacked the blinkers on him 2 starts ago, and it seems to be helping him. I think racing at home is definitely a bit
Dows!
for him.
Welcome back.
Track and distance, if he can reproduce that last start.
Not worth it on one.
On that easy first up win.
This thing probably is going to go
John Thompson's
a little wild.
for the first time.
Yeah, you normally see changes of performances, but they might have felt she was just playing with her tongue on that occasion and decided to put that on, but didn't seem to impact her performance. She led and won by 2 lengths. 35-2 home on the soft 7 was solid enough. You expect her to be nice and aggressive from gate 1 here, and hard enough to beat with upside off that first up win.
Here's Luke for the third. So 249 career wins as a trainer. Saddles up the third favourite here, but it's $1.60 Purple Rose, Barrier 1 Zach Lloyd, John Thompson, 230 Last Druid, Reece Jones, Tracy Bartley, 1350 metre start. Carbrook being led forward will be about the last. Red cap on Bold Rouge, black cap on Bold Splendour. We're set. Ready for a start here. Favourite Barrier 1. Off and racing now, and it got a reasonable start. Purple Rose from Barrier 1. It's burrowing up looking for a forward spider. Carbrook sliding over. Lyamina Avenue's there as well. Gee, they stretch out early. Last Druid's close up in 4th, and Pargy Bryway is 5th. And then there's about 6 lengths to Bold Splendour, Bold Rouge and Kermalicious. So as they settle down up front, Carbrook led from Purple Rose. Looked like Lloyd just changed to stick across to the other hand there through the middle stages. We'll keep an eye on this favourite. It's probably overdoing it a touch in front. Last Druid right on its hammer. Behind those Lyamina Avenue, Pargy Bryway, Gapaway, Bold Rouge. It's already ridden along on the inside of Bold Splendour and Kermalicious. Coming up towards the home turn. Purple Rose, 450 metres to go. He's pushing out on Last Druid. In between horses here. Carbrook's now out 3 wide to the turn. Purple Rose, Last Druid. Purple Rose yet to be fully called upon. Finds the length here on Last Druid, who sticks with a gap to the others, Pargy Bryway, but it's Purple Rose with something left. 125 to go. It kicks away from Last Druid.
3-1.
Be simply too good. Purple Rose.
3-1-8.
Not sure how well it got around Wyong, but it wins. Purple Rose beat Last Druid. Pargy Bryway, what's run 4th? Long way back, Bold Splendour, I think, ahead of Lyamina Avenue, Carbrook and Bold Rouge. And Purple Rose, pretty soft on the line, pays $1.40. New South Wales and New Tab, 130 on the Super Tab, has clearly come back much better at its second campaign, Dubbo.
That 8.
Straight to the front, and was a bit green throughout. A few horses struggling to get around Wyong with that railing.
That 8. 3-1. 16. both of them. 8 and 5. I thought the 8 will not get in. 8 and 5, both of them. 3, 1. So now if you look at what happened, they were all 19, 19, 19. They did not get in. This one was the highest here. 3, 1. They were neck to neck. Advantage was more here. It was a 7-year-old mare. Very difficult to take a call on this horse. But 3, 1. This did not work. 8. Here. Gate number 5 and that. So Zach did the job. The 2 did not happen. But the problem is this, that the 6-year-old, 7-year-old mares are beating 4-year-old geldings. I mean, how will you work there? Wherein this should have gotten in. That. So I'll tell you what is happening here, okay? So we know there is a leverage, all right? We know there is a leverage, and there is a leverage and there is a FR. So now what is happening here is this, that when we have them, the orange ones, these ones versus these ones, there are 2 segments here, okay? Now the orange ones, when they get into the favorite, they usually have to be a linear. They usually have to be a linear or a horse with a pressure. That's when they are the ones. If and when they are getting into orange and they do not have pressure, that will be a red sign. At least here at this track, that will be a red sign. And these are the green ones, which basically means that with or without leverage, they are able to, with or without the leverage, whether they have the leverage or they don't have the leverage, they're still good. So if now we look at the result, so the 3 went through with Zach. That wasn't a problem. That actually worked out. And the 1, which was the green, then this was on a lower side. The 5 also got in. This also got in. These guys, they did not get in. So we'll try to get the next one. Let's see how that works. 4. But I mean, having said all that, we are at Wyong. This is not the top 20 tracks. This doesn't come under the top 20 tracks in Australia, and you know, chances are bad. 2, 10, 12 all scratched. 4, 6, 9, 8. I don't know, it'll go to 9. I don't know if it'll go to 9, but let's see if that 3 gets in the fourth. Should be 4, 6, 8, and 3. Should be that. 4, 6, 8, and 3. I don't know if it'll go to 9 for the fourth or third. I don't know. 4, 6, 9, and 8, they say. So I don't know if it'll go to 9. That this thing has been into this distance. That is true. It has a little bit of experience on the distance, which is true. But if we look at those things, then it becomes a little difficult for those things to get in. It should be here, here, then here with the advantage, then it should be here. First, second, third, and that should be the fourth. Let's see if that works. They have the 9. Now the difficulty with the 9 is this, that it is here. It has a jock, which is good. The torque is also there. But when we compare these horses with the difficulty and the advantage they might have. So what happened here is the 3 went through, all right? And then came the 1. The 1 came with the FR. And that was a linear. That was everything was good with this, apart from the fact that that was the only one under pressure here. So Zach went through and Zach did the job that was required on this 3, 1, and then came 8, which was here. So I mean, those are very difficult to assume that they will get in. Nobody had any assumption of those. Same goes here, but luckily here, you know, this one, the 7, right? So the 7 is one of the highest, then this one is also one of the highest. So that puts, I mean, if on 27, this one is with that kind of an advantage, with this number, that advantage falls short. So, and then this one has advantage. So I don't know whether it will go to 11. It is very difficult to assume that it will go to 11 on the on any of the place, or for that matter, the 7. The 7 has never had a run. It will probably on the same lines. We don't have numbers on this, but that's very difficult. So here I mean, when it is difficult, you need the advantage. That's true. And that is what happened on a class 1, right? This is a maiden. Let's see. So the 4 is the one that is there, less difficulty. This is a little higher difficulty. These two are less difficulty. 6 and 3. They're the same. And then this one. So ideally it should be here. The 6 should go with the jock. The 6 should go with the jock. This will go with the advantage. Here, here. Then it will fall back here because that's a lot of advantage. 8 at 52. If it doesn't go to 11 here, because that is a 17, that's a 26, 34. And then it is probably here. This is difficult. Looks like that. So it's probably here. We'll see how that works. Thought the 7 would push in the previous one. No, the 7. I mean, you have a point, but that and that, I think, will not go hand in hand. That and that will not go hand in hand, probably. We'll see how it is. Tuna, the thing is, it's very early to actually, say anything, because we are not at a very, we are not at a place which plays nicely. We are at a place where things go wild because they don't have the stock. So, these horses, there has to be a way of identifying them, correct? There has to be a way of identifying them. And the way of identifying them is through the DICR and the DC. With the FR, additionally, we have the jocks and how they are getting pressurized and the difference. So we will try to negotiate with that. And I think what needs to happen is we need to, the reason I've put this thing here is because I have a very bad habit of highlighting these horses which are 7-year-old mares, 6-year-old mares and all that. But you look at that, they actually got in. Both of them actually got in. All right. That happened 16-16, 16-36, 20. This thing did not get in. I think that's the 4th or 5th maybe. But they got in. I stayed out. Why? Because they are 6-year-old mares and 7-year-old mares. If we have to, I have to lose those, preconceived notions that I have. I kind of like to stay with the younger horses, but we have to look at it from an angle which validates on its own. So we'll keep validating that until and unless we reach to a track where things are a lot more stable than this. But that's more or less that we have. But I think, here we'll see if that 3 needs to get the 4th position. If the 3 gets the 4th position, we are in the right track. But then again, that's a maiden race. We need to do this with this one probably. We'll see. But we'll see at the end of the day. Adaman! Welcome back, Adaman. 169 for the exotics. One. Yeah. You're on that one.
Obviously, a second run back, second up in its debut preparation, of course, was placed in town.
Yeah, exactly, Marto. And I feel like a bit of a mug now at the $1.45. People going, oh, good on you. But look, unfortunately, we put the tips in this morning. We can't sort of control what happens to the price after that. But yeah, it's been hammered. And look, a horse that probably wasn't suited by that sprint home there first up behind Dorito, who I know the stable, Baker Yard got a big opinion of that horse and was trialling the house down price. So I just think we'll find this a little bit easier today in this restricted maiden, and from the good gate can be nice and positive on the home track. And the Sim Dilmy's done a great job with these Domeland horses since taking over from Sarah Ryan, who did a good job herself. So yeah, just carrying on that legacy, and I think we'll be hard enough to beat today. So if you're in venue there, that's a great prize. 4, 6, 9 and 7. Yeah, look, I think Rust Emoji Danger and then Ludi Excellence has got a good chance with the blinkers going on. Aurora's probably not hopeless at 100s, to be fair, if the favourite doesn't turn up. I mean, I thought the trials were fair enough and could do worse and have something on the 100 to 1 pop if you don't want to take the shorts about the fave.
With the bookmakers, I am carried last 15 minutes is 140 to 145 into 135 back to $1.40. Rustamo is 370 out to 420. Lundi Excellence is 850 out to 9. For those after a roughie, exceeding limits has been specced. It's horse number 3, Novo, 41 into 26, just goes back out to $31. Wasn't disgraced at Gosford last time out, went second up and placed at Newcastle when resuming.
It was a solid effort at Newcastle, at 100 to 1 as well, if you don't mind. And then the second up effort was only beaten 2.8 lengths. That Bolden Blazon's been going really well at the moment. So trained at the track, gets a good claim and can be not too far away from the action. So not hopeless.
I am carried as your top pick and bet of the day. Very well tried. Draws the inside, so should get a cosy run.
You would think so. Been hammered, hasn't it? $1.35. They just keep backing this. And look, I'm convinced it comes through a stronger race last time. It was a super maiden, 60 grand up for grabs. And this is a restricted type of race. So, look, being the provincial maiden plate, so for provincial horses. So, yeah, you should find this easier. $1.35 though, gee, getting very short in a race where the second horse is going okay and the third horse has got a decent turn of foot. Like I said, $2.15 seemed good price, $1.35. Certainly getting rock bottom now.
Rustimo is the second pick at $4.40 with the tab fixed. Certainly due for the first win for Chris Lees.
Yeah, exactly. The last three have been all right, and yeah, Kempsey's going form. How that stacks up here, Port Macquarie now to the provincials might be a slight concern, but he's shown ability, and he's got a $1.70 SP last time at Kempsey, and the horse that did beat him ran okay at Gosford on the weekend. Wasn't able to be right there in the finish, but was well supported. So maybe that brings that form line back a touch, but wouldn't surprise me if he won. And he does look to clear 8.
Like that 9, we'll see if that 9 gets through.
Couple, let's hit the loop.
Here's Moss. 1350 metres before this event. We had some storms pushed through from inland earlier, but they skirted around Wyong Racecourse and we got nothing here. Other parts of the state got smashed earlier this afternoon with some heavy rain and hail. Not so here. We've been lucky. It's a nice day actually. Not sure if there's any more coming. I haven't checked the radar since that earlier storm passed through and missed us. 140 I am Carrot. Barrier 1. And I think we're nearly set here. Maiden over the 1350 metres. Red lights are on. Away now. I am Carrots seemed to get away on terms with the field. He's about 4th early on. Midnight Rabble the first to begin. Cathedral Cove, I am Carrot pushing up, and Learn to Excellence is racing 4th. A touch can in the blinkers. Behind those series.
Sorry about that, Adaman.
Then Orion drifting back Rustemo, followed by Auroras and Exceeding Limits. It's been dragged back to last. Down the back straight they go. Midnight Rabble shows the way. 2 lengths on the hot pot, I am Carrot. The outside was Cathedral Cove. Learn to Excellence won't settle. 2 lengths in the field, Serious Moss, Orion, Rustemo, Auroras, and Exceeding Limits. 550 metres to go. Midnight Rabble led from I am Carrot. He's being sooled up to eyeball this leader now. 1.5 lengths to Learn to Excellence, Cathedral Cove, but this favourite cruises up. I am Carrot at the 400 metres, pokes his neck in front of Midnight Rabble struggling. Learn to Excellence, Rustemo running home in the straight. I am Carrot gets his cue now. He goes to the lead, 2 lengths in. Rustemo the outside. Further back was Learn to Excellence, and late on the scene Exceeding Limits, but I am Carrot 100 to go. He runs in, he's a bit green, but he's got a winning lead. I am Carrot too good, beats Rustemo. Getting up
3 got the 4th.
Limits ahead of
Okay.
Cathedral Cove, Orion.
4, 6.
Learn to Excellence, Midnight Rebel and Auroras.
4, 6.
I am Carrots, dominant at $1.40 across the tote Stobo.
That is 3. 3 got 3rd. Okay, 4, 6, 3.
But he was a bit too good for those. So Sam will win a race soon, you would think, but a winner too good.
So it's 4 beating 6. Reckon 3's going to run 3rd just ahead of, is it the top
3 or 7.
4th? I reckon it's 4, 6, 3. It is. And all those totes are now on screen after the running of race.
4, 6, 3 and 7.
Dixonly the main one to boot. Back to Mildura Harness now for race number 6 and stylistic number.
4, 6, 3, and then came 7. All right, the 9 was difficult. The 8, moron. What happened to that 8 is it got beaten up here. So 4, 6, 4, 6, 3, and then 7. Why? What happened to 8? How come it came here, not there? Anyway, the point being is 9 was difficult, and I was actually hoping that it is going to be 4, 6, 8, and then 3. But no, the 8 did not get there, so the 3 got there here. But that's because of that. But then it should have gotten there, at least beating the 7. That did not happen. I was hoping 4, 6, 8. No, 4, 6, 8, and then 3 probably in the 4th position. But the 3 got there on the 3rd, and this moron did not do anything. Anyway, that is that. So we go to the next 5. Two, 10, 12 all scratched. No, that is 4. Sorry. 3, 4, 5, 6 scratched. 3, 4, 5, 6 is not there. 2, 10, 8, 1. So 2 is the right odd. How it should play is, so they have 210, right? 210. The difficulty is huge on 10. It is okay on that horse, but how it should play basically. So 2 will go with that. It's pressure, jock, everything is present that we need. Then it is here, okay, should be, but the jock has never played here, okay, that jock never had anything to do with anything here. That jock did not play. So this jock is new to this track. I don't know what he will do, but ideally it should be here. 2, 1. Then it is here, then it goes to here, then it goes here, and this 2.52. So 10 is difficult. This is very difficult. This is also very difficult. It should be here. 2, 1. 218 probably. 218. The only catch here is that the 1 jock has never played here at this track. He has never ridden at this track. That's the only problem. That is the only problem. 8, 12, 24. It's a jock. And because of that 10, I don't know what it will do. That 9 becomes exposed. The 7 is very difficult. I don't know. There's 125. The difficulty is huge between these two horses. So definitely 8 gets the preference because there's a there's an advantage, but that advantage, so there's another thing that I wanted to talk, but we are not there anyway, so we'll leave it for some other day. But this is probably the third position. The 8 is probably the third. I think it's 218. Let's see. 10 is difficult. 10 is difficult. I think it's 2, 1, 2 and 1. That's the largest inner. 2, 1, 8. Here. And because of that 10, that 9 gets exposed. I don't know from gate number 10 what that will do and what that 10 will do. And that 1 is a little catchy because the numbers are very nice on this horse, but the jock probably is the problem. The jock probably is the problem. Because the jock has never raced here. It's a class 1, 1100 meter. That should work. And what happens if the jock fails? In that case, what happens? 41, 33, 2, 1, 10. This guy gets into with the body weight, but that's difficult. 31, 8. 10 looks difficult, but yes, 1 probably is the one. 2, 1, 8. I mean, that should happen, but the jock is the problem. So we'll see that with that 25, and here it drops to these two. When that happens, so that's pressure, that's advantage, and then it is here. So ideally that should not happen, but yeah, this is -1, -85, 12, 10, 9, 12. Still, this is higher. Three, 1, 8. I mean 2, 1, 8. That should be the thing. We'll see how that works. 2, 1. It's not you, Tuna. It is where we are. It is Wyong. But one good thing, Tuna, about this track is this, that I'll show you one thing. So Wyong is one of those places which is very good with odds. Wyong is one of those places out of all those things, you know. This is something that we gathered the first year when we were playing. So Wyong is pretty neat. If you look at the others, Ipswich is good. Balat used to be very good at that point of time, but it is not. But after that, it comes to Wyong. That's Wyong. It's neat on the odds. It's very neat on the odds. That's something that we collected last year when we were playing. And that actually happened. That actually is good. The odds here at Wyong is neat. The kind of playwright. The kind of playwright. Balat used to be a no-brainer track at one point of time, but it has gone upside down. The Balat has gone upside down. Bishwa, welcome back for Ipswich. You can put Ipswich. Ipswich is not a problem.
We're all in. 1700 again. Light on. Off and racing now. Caesar Cake was a fraction slow to move. Chulong towards the inside. Bounced out okay with Cobability. Sliding across is Kojak. So he's going to be much more prominent today. Just off those, Lan in fourth and Our Spree, fifth the rail. 3 lengths away, Algeri, and Caesar Cake has gone back to the tail. Chulong the leader. Kojak works up into second spot now. And taking the trail is Cobability in third. Lan is fourth on the outside of Our Spree, who's improving the fence. 2 lengths away to Algeri, and Caesar Cake is last. They post the 1100 metres mark behind them. Chulong in front, leading by a bit more than a length to Kojak in second. 1 3/4 away to Cobability. Third, the outside of Our Spree. Largest lost a spot. It's back to fifth now. And
That was 7.
And Algeri last of all, about 7 lengths off the leader. Down the side at the half-mile marker, Chulong's allowed to dictate things in front, 3/4 clear from Kojak, and Lan now sliding forward into third. So Jones got going nice and early on the favourite. Then followed Caesar Cake. Behind those is Cobability, who's trying to pick up in between runners. Our Spree, and last is Algeri. Somewhat of a packing field, although the leading trio got away. Chulong just from Kojak, and Lan is there to present 2 lengths away. Cobability, best of the rest. Around the home corner, it's Lan taking over, 3 out now from Kojak. Chulong trying to rally back, and then followed by Cobability, still about a length and a half away. 1:25 left to run. Lan's in front, doing enough for the moment from Kojak and Chulong. Lan's gripping on here, and Lan will win it. Breaks through today, beat Kojak and Chulong.
8.
Cobability fourth, then Algeri, Caesar Cake, and Our Spree.
Line home for Hans Jones to pay $2.80 and $1.40,
8.
beating Kojak at $2.30. Chulong third without returns. 7 winds up fourth.
That 4 got raved. Bishwa, that 4 got raved very badly. That was a bad idea on 1700 meter. That was not the right act. It was a good one. It still got third, but With a little patience, it could have won. With a little patience, it could have won. But it got raved very badly. Got raved. I don't know about that. Who was writing that 7? Who was writing? Yeah, and that is the first time I have seen a riderless horse coming second. They usually win. This is the first time I'm seeing a riderless horse actually coming in second. They generally without the rider they generally win. They're the first one. That was 8. So there's another thing that I wanted to share. is this, that on a 400 meter straight, we need at least 30% negative here. We need at least 30% on a 400 meter straight. This is 275. I mean, for that to come second, for the horse to come second, we need minimum 30% here on a 400 meter straight. But it may vary with the portfolio and the benchmark. But thumb rule, we need about 30%. 30 by 56, 30 by 60 is good. 30 by 50, 60 is good. On the 400 meter tracks, these are this one is shorter, it's a 275.
All the minors. Back to Wyong for race number 5. Let's have a look at what's happening very late with the bookies. 185 to 195, back into 185. Last 15 minutes for Columbia Blue. Myriad is 350 into $3.10. Is back to 320 on the second line. Sapling 440 out to 550. If you're after a roughie, nothing but net number 11, which is returning. 71 into 41 has been spent. But Columbia Blue, one of four first uppers in the field.
The problem with the one is the jock.
It's a nice enough 4-year-old for mine, mate. Like the
We'll
rest
see if
comes
that
through last
affects.
preparation, show good ability there. He can get himself on speed from the
Someone
low
is
draw
getting
and
tailed
gets a
now.
good claim for Mitch Stapleford. So 2 trials gets him ready. Off 24 weeks, 170 odd days, and look, he comes out of that race on the Kenzo before a break, which was running fast time. Living Thing, I think, is a pretty progressive horse, and even the third horse, Vanessi's been more than competitive in sort of city grade. So I think he sets up pretty well returning here, and does look the horse to beat, albeit that Myriad does have that race fitness on his side, and it was pretty impressive the other day. Sure, it was an easier race, but late sectionals were outstanding, and no surprise, see that gap closing a little.
That was his first run for Nathan Doyle, former Victorian, a 3-year-old by Foster Myriad.
Yeah, you look at his form as well, mate. Form around Scenic Point, who's a really progressive horse down in Melbourne, and even that Ballarat maiden back on April was a really strong one too. So showed good ability, trialled the house down, and I know Nathan Doyle's got a bit of an opinion of him now, his second run for this stable.
Let's get trackside for the 5th. And then you're out to $5, number 8, Sapling. Half the field's still out of the gates here, including Columbia Blue. Previous event was won by I Am Carrot. He looked to have found the right race there, and he didn't let his supporters down, who were prepared to spear in at the short odds. Overnight he was much better than what he started. He was 220, I think,
late yesterday afternoon, but he was too good for those. Other races today, the third race to Purple Rose, Zach Lloyd, John Thompson, the second to Harry the Thief, Grant Buckley for Beer Carpenter, and the first to Celebrity, Rachel King, Byrne Baker. $1.90 pop here, Columbia Blue. 40 get set, including Sapling. Nothing but net still out of line with Prize Rider. Triple to move forward as well. This race over the 1100 metres. It's an apprentice's race.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy.
Jen Newman rides high.
It is not going to be easy for the 10.
One of Jen's first provincial rides. She's had a good start to her career. Apprentice to Matt Dunn. And she's ridden a hatful of winners up on the Northern Rivers.
It has to be a really, really good horse.
He was certainly tested in a recent trial, Harlix, to build some fitness. Now they're just about right, I think. 1100, red light on, so they are set now. Ready. Off. Favourite Columbia Blue, he's coming out only fairly here. Showing speed from our wide Prize Rider, triple, Harlix pushing up with Myriad. Columbia Blue is off the speed, he's running about fifth. Behind those Sapling and beaten for speed, nothing but net. Harlix, Myriad, the joint leaders. Triple, working hard. Behind those then was Prize Rider, Columbia Blue back behind them. Then Sapling, and last of all is nothing but net coming up towards the home turn. Harlix the outside of Myriad, a neck back the fence. Now Columbia Blue's slicing his way through the field here. He's about to get a saloon passage, 400 to go, and he moves up 3 deep to the turn. They're coming around the bend, 275 to run. Myriad, Harlix, Columbia Blue chiming in.
Very, very wide.
In the straight. Columbia Blue bounded up on the outside. He's a bit green, wanting to lay in. Sapling the fresh legs, Columbia Blue 100 to go, gets his head up, runs in, Sapling's a half away, Columbia
2, 8, 11 and
Sapling, third photo, nothing but net at the line. Myriad is
2, 8,
followed by back behind those was
11 and 10.
Triple. Columbia Blue does enough to beat Sapling by about a half a length and pay $1.80 and $1.30, resuming for its second win at start 4, Dover.
A bit to learn, doesn't he, Mardo? Wanting to...
So what happened? 2, then came in 8, then came 11. 2, 8, 11 and then 10. Why the 1 got knocked out is just because of the jock. This one went through. The 10 was difficult. The 10 was difficult. To do this, the 10 had to be the 11, which even I ignored. It had the body weight, but the question was whether the one jock will do, but that doesn't work actually. If the jockey has not played here, then it will not work. So it went to 2, 8, then 11 and then 10. Right, we'll go to the next 6. This is a benchmark 64. 110, 11 scratched. 2, 3, 12, 8. So that I don't know what that 8-year-old will do, but it fits the bill. Okay, it fits the bill. Now then comes the others. So the odds are kind of right here. On the top three, the odds are right. That should work. And they're all the top three jocks. That's that. If we ignore, we should not be ignoring, but if we ignore that 8-year-old gilding, then probably it is here. It ends here because that is that, and that is that, and that is that. So it probably ends here. That's 7. Why? Because that's an 8-year-old. I don't know. I mean, I'm just contradicting myself. We've had this situation here, the 6-year-old and the 7-year-old. So that's that part of the story, but it is really, really difficult to believe that that 8-year-old will, from gate number 11, will be able to do something nice. So yeah, the thing is what it should go like. It should be 12, 212. And 9, 13, 60, 39, 60. It's 2, 10. This is advantage. Good. This is double the advantage here on 14. That is a 35, that's a 39, 1.5. So probably yes. This is here. It should not get through. In that case is 7. That is an 8-year-old. So yes. Oh, 212. 203 than it is here. Two 12, 3 7. 7 should be fourth. Let's see. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. They actually did. You know, why was that? Because why it looked and felt like that is because it's at 275 on the straight. So that's why it looked like that. But the one definitely had a problem with the jock. The jock who has never raced here will not know what to do on a 275. So that's where the 8 got in. And then came the 11. This one basically, was opened up because of this guy. Here it should be. That is how it should be. Let's see. 7 should be fourth. 36, 10, 4. 9, 2, 3, 5, 1 with advantage to 12. Okay. We'll see.
Yeah, this is
Another. Shit.
35. Best back to beat at Lugano, trained by John Thompson, Keegan Latham to steer. 380 into $3.60, Davo, and he's resuming and won this track and trip first up last campaign.
Yeah, it did. Won at the 1350 here, so that was first up, as you said, last campaign. And look, he's a horse that's tried really nicely. He's loved the trial at Wyong. Think that he can certainly hit the line hard. The only thing I've got against him is just that barrier. He has been up on speed before, but generally when he gets out in trip, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just go back and try to poke runs through rather than coming around. I think that's the way to ride them if they do get back on a 3 metre rail. So see some pretty big clouds there around Wyong at the moment, but looks all clear at this stage. Some storms certainly around Sydney and the Central Coast and up there at Wyong at the moment with the way this really warm weather. But yeah, he's got a good chance, Lugano. I think he's going to be very strong late. He's just going to need a good ride from that gate.
Sale is your top pick late with the bookies, $9.10 back to $9.50. So it won 1 from 22 before this prep, putting 3 straight together.
Yeah, exactly. Going great guns. And I think Molly Burke's a really good rider for this horse. She's aggressive early, and that's what he needs. He needs to get up on speed, rolling along and catch if he can style tactics. So knows him well now. 3 from 3 on him this prep, Molly Burke. And I think if he can get to the front, he might give us something to catch and give a bit of cheek. So I just thought the favourite was too short here. He can win for sure, but just looks like he, to me, from the trials, he might be looking for a little bit further.
Other to firm at longer odds, My Alibi, 18 into 15 in Davo's mix. Zaru's another one, number 4, which is $26 into $19. Here's Luke.
This morning it was a $2, in fact $3.10 this morning about Sisu Spirit, so it's been a good move in the marketplace. Lugano there bringing forward now, and we're just about right. Rathoran to come up as well. Bantaki moves in, so stand by. 1,300 metres for race 6. Set. Racing now. Sisu Spirit jumped away fairly, tries to muster, showing speed. Lugano out wide. Shambretta Bantaki also handy. Sisu Spirit, he's back third. Last year the favourite. As they hit the ground, Shambretta led from Bantaki and Lugano. Handy the inside, My Alibi. Also in that bunch was So Long Farewell, and Zale's getting very keen and pulling hard. Behind those Pariah Engagement, followed by Executive Decision. Then came Sisu Spirit, Zaru, and the last one settling was Rathoran. Down the side they go, packing field up front here. Shambretta, Bantaki, Lugano, a line of 3 past the 600. My Alibi behind them on the rails, kept company by So Long Farewell, then Zale. Pariah Engagement looking to try and weave through. It's getting off the inside. And Sisu Spirit, it's in all sorts back in the field. They come to the turn. Bantaki led by a half length on Lugano. Bantaki is just in front of Lugano, turning, trying to squeeze up the fence. So Long Farewell. Further back was Zale. And Sisu Spirit comes through near the inside, but running out of room. And Rathoran led. Lugano hit the front, but Rathoran over the top. Rathoran has come from that one here from Lugano, So Long Farewell. As for fourth, Bantaki, Zaru, then My Alibi, Sale, Sisu Spirit of Forgive. Further back then was Executive Decision and Pariah.
9375.
Over the top, Rathoran for a first up win at $30.60 and $5.90. Looks like 7 will get second ahead of the 3. I reckon it's 973 there. Rathoran blows
973
in the third leg of the quaddie, Davo.
He does, Marto, and yeah, a bit of a quaddie killer there, isn't he? No doubt, but good training performance.
that two had a bad start.
Lugano's your run of the race, 3
The 2 had a bad start. Nine, 7, 3. And 5. That is a wild one. That's something is very difficult to work with. Nobody had anything to do with this one, but they were a very good hand. That's all. But the point is, we are almost there. We are almost there. The 7 got to the second position, which is good. We'll go to the next and the last one today. Here it's at 2100 meters. Two and 6 has been scratched. 3587. The odds are right. The odds are right. Three five should happen. 3-5. These two are same. This is very high. 45. 8. This. Then this one gets into picture anyway because of this guy and this guy. This is 10-year-old. This is a 6-year-old. This 7. 42. 42. No, that's not the right odd. The right odd should be 3-5. 3, then 5. Then it is between these two, which probably should go to here. 3, 7, 3, 5, 8, and then 7. That is 0. 0. And because of that 10-year-old, then this 6-year-old gets into the picture. So these two are dicey. I don't know what will happen here. The 8 and 7. The 8 and 7 are dicey because that is from gate number 9 and this is from gate number 1. But because of this 10, you know, this is the right fit, but look at them, and that's a 10-year-old, so that probably is a bad idea because of that. So I'll tell you what is happening here. So they have the same difficulty, all right? The only upside on 7 is it has a better jock, but the benchmarking is here, so it should be 3 and 5, 3, 5, and then these two are dicey because this is gate number 9, this is gate number 1. Obviously 7 has an advantage, but that 4 is there in the game because it's a 0-0. All right, that's a very strong one, and if this thing goes out, then this thing is in. So that 4, I don't know how it will get placed, but these two are dicey. The 8 and 7, how they will place is a different thing, but 5 probably is there. Three, 5, 0. This is more advantage, but wider gate. This is a 5-year-old mare, and in the thing, this is a 0-0, 37, 26, 26. That's a 10-year-old, so this becomes a check. Let's see how that works. Yeah, they were saying, they were talking about it. They were saying that DAOs, that the two did the same thing in the last few races. It did not jump out well, so it did the thing, and the linear went through. 1300 meter, 38. That did not happen. Well, yeah, we need to fine tune this a little more. You know, I think with a couple of races in those tier 1 tracks, we need to get Randwick. We need to get Randwick and Flemington. A couple of races there, we can test this thing out. We can test this thing out.
Late Mardo, and look, I know last time out was very disappointing at Rose Hill, but clearly too bad to be true there. I thought the run prior to that, as favourite at the Provincials, was good enough. Blinkers go on today. Last chance. They can be a bit inconsistent, these horses, over these middle distance trips, but look, he gets the chance to bounce back today with those shades going on, and I've got him on top in the last. 5, 7, 3 and 8 my numbers, and Alpha. It's a good win at Gosford latest. I know it was a bit of an on-pace day, but got to the front, lovely ride, just sort of built the pressure at the 600, got the rest off the bit and kept going to win nicely. Should be able to try a similar set of tactics from barrier number 1 today, and that was Mitch Staplewood aboard at Gosford last time, so same jockey aboard today is always a positive. 3 Subarctics at the right stage of his preparation to start showing his best now. Tempo was against last time out at Hawkesbury over the 2000, where he got back and they zipped home in 33.7. They're sort of the late last 600s that normally sprinters produce, so it just goes to show how slow they went early there. And 8 Rhinestone Lad on the home track today. We'll need a bit to go right from that wide barrier, but softened to horses for courses type of track, Wyong, and he should handle that fine. 5, 7, 3 and 8 for me in the last.
Riding with the favourite Subarctic on screen, 270 into 230 with the tab fixed, and Presley is 350 into 330, and the best back to beat it from this morning to now. Let's have a look at the last 15 minutes with the bookies. 245 into 230 Subarctic. Presley is 320 to 330. Rhinestone Lad 480 to 550 is not a thing to report away from a little nibble for Subarctic. Just has 1 for a while and 3 wins through 26 for the So You Think 6-year-old for Matt Smith.
He hasn't won for a while, but look, he's a pretty consistent foiler, this boy, and he's building towards something this preparation. His first 2 runs, he needed them over the shorter trips, and then his last couple, he's got out to these distance ranges and run really well. As you said, he doesn't win out of turn, but managed to get a good run. And while he hasn't won in 16 starts on good ground, he's been placed 7, and I don't sort of hold him at that against him, because a lot of those runs as well have been over unsuitable trips. So, look, he gets the chance in his distance range. 5th run back now. There should be no excuses. I'll just see there, that might have been number 8. Sorry, similar colours, but getting a bit warm. That was Rhinestone Lad.
Presley is your top pick. He's a lightly raced 5-year-old.
He is, yeah, and look, it's D-Day for him, there's no doubt about it. He's been a bit disappointing since running well first up over the 1800. So, look, gets the chance to improve today. I'm respecting that SP the last couple, and just hoping he can bounce back with those shades going on.
Let's wrap it up. So in he comes now, the favourite Subarctic. He's locked away. Rhinestone Lad going over behind the gates. And we're just about right. Starter up onto the ladder. Red light on. We're set. Ready now. And they're racing. Level sort of line. General Soho bounded out pretty well near the inside. Presley rolls forward, so does Rhinestone Lad. Subarctic's just in an awkward spot here, trying to find a position. He's going to get one off eventually here, but he's just looking to try and cross Pretty Please as they come to the winning post. So Presley goes to the front on the outside of General Soho, from Subarctic continuing to burrow up. He's keeping Final Reset 3 wide, then Anolfa, followed by Pretty Please, and Rhinestone Lad. He was forced to go back. As they run down that dog leg, the straight run down the side at the 1500, it's the old boy General Soho. He knows his way around the joint. He leads by a length and a half as they sweep towards the 1350, and he shows the way. It is General Soho extending his lead to almost 3 now on Anolfa. Presley without cover. Then Subarctic centre field inside of Final Reset, followed by Pretty Please and Rhinestone Lad. Loose leader into the back, and it's General Soho. He sets a pretty good tempo here, and he bounds along in front. General Soho by 2 lengths out to the 1000 from Presley. And behind them, Anolfa the fence, then Subarctic, followed closely by Pretty Please. Final Resets had no luck 3 wide. And Rhinestone Lad lobbing along last. Leader comes back to the middle stages, looks for a breather. That's General Soho. And he's a length and a half in front of Presley. Anolfa, Subarctic's had a great run. He's able to use his draw nicely, and he's about to ease out of the 550 metres and start a run. So too's Rhinestone Lad starting to pick up as the speed slows, and the sprint goes on now. General Soho sneaks away. They're all looking at him, and he's 2 lengths in front now of Anolfa. Subarctic, Rhinestone Lad. Pretty Please sneaks up on the fence, but the old boy, General Soho, he's running into the straight, clear of Subarctic, Rhinestone Lad. Leader General Soho by 2. Subarctic is looming. He's trying to grind him down. He's got a length to make up, 100 to go. General Soho in front. Subarctic's going to surge at him. He's driving and getting there. Subarctic enough stride. He nailed General Soho. And I think Rhinestone Lad's run 3rd, ahead of Anolfa. Bobbing go that, then Pretty Please, followed by Presley. And last was Final Reset.
Subarctic nails General Soho right at the Lloyd base 240-180.
That's right, it wasn't a muddle. He gave him the right run throughout, and was able to get home over the top of a very gallant General Soho there late. Rhinestone Lad in 3rd, just didn't work out from the gate there early. But Subarctic, he deserved that. He'd been, busting for a win for some time, and he gets a 5th up today.
Zach White gets a double, closing the book on Wyong. See you Saturday for Festival Stakes Day at Rosehill, Dover.
Look forward to a muddle.
It's back to that 3rd number to be confirmed. 8 most probably just
3187.
Wyong closes. The 9th event from Mildred.
1, that 10-year-old. 3, 1, 8, and then 7. The 5 got knocked out with that 10. But that is it. that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 7 races here today at Wyong. That was the last one, but I'm going to be racing again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together and do a little chit chat and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dawes, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Bishwa, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, Jan.